I feel like you're gonna get destroyed. Bro, I cannot fucking believe you just asked that question.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood.
I'm just kidding.
Come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery.
Say your farewells, Ootman. You asked the forbidden question.
Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
You know, it would be cool to also have a double bosses mod for Bloodborne. Hey, Ishmael, thank you for the 49 months.
Oh.
Is there a triple bosses mod? Oh, maybe somebody already made one? I don't know.
Good.
Maybe I'll have to ask Lobos.
Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry.
Triple sounds horrible, though.
Whatever happens, you may think it all.
Thought you saw something like that on Nexus? Really? Maybe. Your bounty amount to bring back Disting? There's no amount of money will make me want to bring that back. Ready to watch how I'm gonna beat the game again? More like how I'm gonna die. It's new rando. No. I just figured it would be better to show my current boss count rather than my PB. What's up, Insanity Dog? Hopefully the crashes won't be too bad. I mean, I don't know. Fingers crossed that all of the crashes might possibly be fixed now. That's like the 2 worst enemies over there. Oh my god, 6. I want to loot that item over there, but I feel like I'm gonna die. Well, getting Beastblood pellets is really good. Probably still gonna get a crash because it's a FromSoft game. I mean, Bloodborne never crashes normally. I don't know if I've ever had Bloodborne crash. Just like playing it normally. Cane, bro, the cane is so shit. It's also uncanny, so it has a waning slot. I guess we'll just moon. Moon. I guess we'll take the Rosmarinus. We don't even have a gun. Why do I have 10,000 souls, bruh?
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Well... It's a loud alert. Yeah, sorry, my alerts. I don't know, man. I should probably just fucking mute the alerts. I don't know. The audio levels of my alerts are so, like, all over the place. Dissed with the worst drip. Bro, this is all I got, man. I'm on 1440p. Oh, there's a pig that's dying. Hmm. The R2 on this weapon is so good. Oh, whoops. Get back here. Well, some enemies in this game are like they're only weak to like thrusting attacks. Excuse me, sir. Oh. Celestials here. This guy is actually really annoying. He just... Wait, what is that? Oh god, not that guy. Oh no. This is the worst enemy in the fucking entire game. I'm dead. God, dude! Oh my god! What the fuck? I didn't mean to jump, bro. You know, I wonder, is there a mod for this game that makes it so you can jump with the fucking left stick? Probably not. Well, that was a good run. It was great. There is? Wait, actually, though? Time to spend 5 minutes random. Hey, listen, it's not that long, alright? But yeah, it takes a while to fucking randomize this every time. It's kind of annoying. I kind of want to try like Dark Souls 1 randomizer as well. I've never actually really done I mean, I think I've done DS1 rando like a little bit, but never tried like DS1 permadeath rando. I think it's probably pretty fun though. Wait, so is it like a Nexus mods thing to jump on stick? Jump on L3. Oh my god. That's so nice, actually. Oh my god, I downloaded the mod and now there's hold on. I need to read how this shit works. There's 3 different jump only and enhanced. Okay, I just want jump only. Okay. We go again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually turn off the motion control gestures on the emulator. It's pretty nice. Well, good first run. It was just our warm-up. It's okay. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, I can jump. Oh. Oh. We have the power. Yeah, being able to level up at the start helps a fair bit. Gem name, classic. Plus 27 Ooh. Yeah, I don't know why these enemies are just chilling, but I have died so many times because of the jump button being like, it is so fucking troll. And you know what the worst part is? In Dark Souls 2, you could jump with the left stick, and then they fucking got rid of it in Bloodborne. Like, bruh. Are you serious? Well, I'm taking the saw cleaver. This is like the first time I've seen the saw. Oh, actually, we might have seen the saw cleaver one other time. Let's see, do we have any stuff we could sell here? I think the Canehurst helmet is worth a lot. Oh, wait. 20k? Damn, I'm looking good. Oh yeah, so the first, even though I have one insight, the first time you come to the Hunter's Dream, the doll doesn't actually spawn in. Oh god. Somebody's going crazy over there.
Very well.
I'm going all HP. Dude, this random, like, once you get into the mid and late game in this randomizer, you get so, like, absolutely fucked. Like, enemies do so much damage. It's just unbelievable how much damage enemies do. Bro, Ludwig is patrolling the streets of Yharnam. I hate this. I hate this. Luckily, we have the OP weapons, so everything is fine. Yeah, well, like, the thing is, that enemy doesn't actually have that much health. I gotta say, being able to sprint and roll it's actually like, it actually makes the game so much easier. Oh, burial blade. Oops. It's cheating. Game's a little loud. Bro, somebody said it was too quiet, so I turned it up. Alright, I'll turn it down. How was Obey the Voice? That game fucking sucked. And Nitrous, dude, we're getting so many weapons. So yeah, this is with scaling, by the way, chat. So like the early game in this is generally not too bad. Not to say that you can't die, because you definitely can. Bro, can you stop blocking the fucking staircase, please? Yeah, so there is scaling in this randomizer. The early game tends to be fairly, I mean, it's not, I definitely still die in the early game sometimes, but like, once you get into Forbidden Woods and like Yahar'gul is when enemies start getting really scary. Oh shit, I've never seen I've never seen Gehrman just gets kind of shit on by parries though. Parrying this moveset is a lot harder. Emu Gehrman damage. Yeah, the thing is, if this was like actual Gehrman, this would be miserable. And not in a good way. Would have died already. Maybe. Be miserable because you'd be dead instantly. Yeah. Oh my god, 128,000. Well, we're gonna be a little OP here. Oops. Where the hell's the doll? I keep having her spawning up here so often.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you... Very well.
Should award the same souls as the boss. Yeah, listen, this randomizer has some issues, Chad. The main reason I'm playing this is just to do bug testing to make sure that the crashes are fixed. Which they seem to be fixed for the most part, but yeah. Vitality build. Yeah, I mean, we don't need this much health, but we will need this much health later. We might do Neo later. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. Skill is such an OP stat in this game, yeah. For those who don't know, every 5 levels in skill you hit a breakpoint which increases the damage of your riposte. So if you have a weapon that's like mixed scaling between strength and skill in this game, it's always better to go for skill. Pretty much. Well, maybe not always, but most of the time. Yeah, every 5 levels in skill will increase your riposte damage, or at least maybe it's every level, but from what I know, it's every 5 levels. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I mean, I don't really take that much damage, so. Luckily, I'm OP as fuck. This is why we like scaling. I don't know, the problem is, I feel like if you did no scaling, you're just gonna end up in situations like you're gonna, I don't know, you're just gonna be resetting so much to Like, if you get a DLC boss early on, you're probably just fucked. Or you're gonna have, like, an hour-long fight, which... In my opinion, fighting a boss for an hour is not very enjoyable. And mid-end game is, yeah, it's... I don't know, unfortunately, I feel like randomizers have not figured out a way to make the difficulty balance, like... I mean, I guess that's just part of randomizers, though. You don't want every run to be the same, necessarily. Like, in terms of difficulty, like... But... Yeah, because if you have scaling on, the early game ends up being... generally too easy. It's the same way in Elden Ring, right? Like, if you have scaling on, the early game is just really boring because everything dies so easily, and there's really, like, you're not really too scared. Granted, you can still die even with scaling on, but it's just like the chance is way less. Oh god. But if you do no scaling, then the early game becomes terrible. Oh my god, bro. Hi, Jen. What's up, Mario? So the randomizer hasn't been updated, but a modder named Asav fixed. Whoa! A modder named Asav basically fixed all the crashes with the Bloodborne randomizer. Because it used to crash, like, fucking all the time. And it was awful. Ooh. Gehrman's old clothes. Unfortunately, though, this randomizer does not have key item randomization yet. What? There's like a specific spot you can stand there where oh, how am I not getting these backstabs?
Sweet blood. Oh, it seems to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Oh, it's Gascoigne. We're gonna do so much damage with this riposte. Oh my god. Yeah, well, we have 20 skills, so our riposte damage is kind of high. We're like so over leveled right now because Gehrman dropped fucking 130,000 blood echoes. Sec. Gotta restart my death counter program. Let's see. This easy, not even doing real damage. Yeah, it's kind of because we're like level fucking 40 already. Not really supposed to be level 40 for Gascoigne. No. Hey buddy, you good?
Hmm? Oh, you must be a hunter. Very sorry.
A hunter?
The incense must have masked your scent. Good, good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside.
Ooh, 3 bloodstone shards from that guy? That's really good. Oh. Alright, asshole. Dude, this guy's got so much health. What the fuck? This guy... I hate this enemy. If this guy spawns in late, you are like, in the late game, you are like so fucked. Ooh, that seems like a good gem. Guy gonna chase me all the way down here? What is this gem? 25% blood attack up? Holy. What is this low damage? Bro, I got a +0 weapon, alright? Leave my damage alone. Oh, hey, buddy. No crashes yet. It's looking good. It's actually insane though that a modder just managed to fix these crashes. Oh god. Modder managed to fix these crashes in like a few days. Wild, man. Why you had to say it, now you'll crash? Maybe. That could have been bad. Yo, Silvermine, thank you so much for the 28 gifted subs, man.
You're a beast. beast hunter, huh? What? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to...
You've known B3? Well, did B... Well... Wait, did B... Was B3 the one who made the crash fix for Dark Souls 3? That's true. But regardless, I don't know. Just the fact that somebody can just like... I just find it so impressive. Like So I was crashing in this randomizer like literally every 10 minutes, Mario. It was like non-stop crashes. And the problem is when you crashed in the rando, it would be a permanent crash. It would be like a hard lock. Like you could not get past whatever spot the game would crash at. Anyways, I sent my file, like my game files and my save file, to the modder, and he fixed it in like... He fixed it the same day, I think, that I sent it to him. Now, all the crashes weren't fixed from that first fix, but that initial fix that he sent me fixed almost, like, it made the game crash 90% less of the time. And when it did crash, you could actually make it past the crash spot.
Well, what?
Which never used to be possible, so... Very nice. Oh, shit. But yeah, the... Update the boss's number? I've only killed 2 bosses, right? Oh wait, why is it not... Wait, what? Hold on. My counter's not working. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. What about the visual state of the game? I mean, yeah, the game looks really nice as well. Definitely looks better, and, well, I mean, it's running on 60 FPS instead of 30, which is very nice. Stalling stream? Bro, I had to upgrade my weapon, man. Oh no. If this was like high scaling, I'd probably be already... I'd be like dead right now already. Holy shit. Ah! Dude, Orphan is killing my FPS. Holy sh... I don't really want to kill him. Hold on, we need to kill. We need to kill asshole Gunner Man. We need to kill Jura. Hey, you're not supposed to do that. Did he not die? Bro, what the? He didn't even drop anything. Well, that's fine. We need to kill him just so he doesn't bother us anymore. This area takes so long to, like, to fully loot. Haven't had any crashes yet. So actually, wait, this... God, this jump is bullshit, bro. Man. I figured with the jump on the left stick, it might be a bit easier, but... Yeah, well, the jump is fine on 30 FPS, but on 60, it's... Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh my god. Dude. Who's fucking screaming at me? What the fuck is that? My game lagged when he was screaming. Who is bro shooting at? It is weird how some of the... Some of the items just don't spawn in this randomizer. Not sure if there's any type of thrusting attack with the cleaver. What the... Dude, what? What is this attack? Oh no. You gotta be careful for the piggies. %50 of Bloodborne is just screaming. The enemies do like to scream in this game. You're not wrong. Wait, where's... Normally an item here. Yeah, I don't know. This rando just like... Sometimes it just deletes items. Like there should be an item over there, but there isn't. Well, our beast blood pellet should carry us here at least. And the saw cleaver is just so OP for building beast meter. I guess we'll use a fire paper. If we didn't have beast blood pellet and fire paper, that would have taken so much longer. Dude, she keep... How do I keep getting the spawn up here? I swear, the chance of this is like really low.
Farewell, good hunt.
Do I have enough bloodstone shards for... Dude, we haven't found any twin shards at all yet. That's actually really unlucky. Still stuck with the +1. There's a blood rock at the store. I guess I'll buy it. Ooh, bolt paper. I'm gonna buy some bolt paper. Alright, see you later, Mario. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Good to see you. Also, Silvermine, thank you again so much for the 28 gifted subs, dude. You know what? I'm not even gonna kill this guy. I don't think it's worth it. It just takes so long. Surely he won't just like send me flying off the ledge here or something. Poor guy.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Yeah, ROM's a bit bugged in the randomizer as well. Like, I don't know. He doesn't do anything if he spawns in like the open world. Even if he spawns in a boss, I think even if he spawns in as like a boss in like a boss fight, he just doesn't do anything. Sorry. But yeah, the thing is, if she actually worked properly, I think she would be one of the worst spawns in the entire rando. Because Rom has like, I don't even think there's a range limit. She can summon the falling projectiles on you just from like any range, I'm pretty sure. So you would just, I don't know. You're kind of fucked, I think. She only does that after teleporting once. Yes. I think you're right. Yeah, I guess I could have killed Rom for extra blood echoes. I'll leave her be. Hey, Kumagai, thank you for the 3-year resub, man. Thank you, dude. Yeah, Desav, that makes sense. Hi, Kevin. Normally I just drop down here and take a bunch of fall damage, but I'm worried that there's gonna be an enemy that just like I don't know what enemy could do it, but I'm worried I'm gonna drop down here, get a hard fall, and then this enemy is just gonna like fucking insta kill me. The one at the door. The gold blood gem. I can't remember, is there items? Oh yeah, there is one item. Oh god. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh, this could actually be really bad. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, I think the shark is stuck. I think it's okay. Oh, the pig died. Somehow. I think this is... Alright, never mind. I'm gonna go, man. See you later, Fresh Rage. Have a good one, man. Hello? Excuse me, sir. BSB's just fucking jumping around. Oh. Oh. He's fucking blasting. You know, I wonder if somehow the fixes Dasav made fixed the cutscene crashes. Like coincidentally, somehow. Probably not, but there's a mod to fix the cutscene crashes. You know, I downloaded that and I could have sworn it didn't work, but oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, chat. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, that sounds kind of annoying. Oh, my game is... Oh, that's concerning. My game just instantly crashed when I... Oh, it's bad luck, I guess. Yeah, this is not... This crash isn't because of the randomizer. I think it's because of 60 FPS on the cutscene. I should just skip that cutscene. I don't know if I really want the game to slow down when my FPS is below 60 though, because it definitely goes below 60 a lot of the time during the rando. Oh. Dude, that has such a big AoE. to die. The funny thing is, she just gets stuck in like an infinite loop of trying to buff her dagger. I don't know if that's a randomizer glitch or just that's something you could normally do. I do wish the early game was a bit harder in this rando. I mean, that's not to say that I haven't died in the early game. Like, you can still die if you get like cursed enemy spawns, but...
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now...
The thing is, I feel like in Randomizer, generally the bosses aren't the hard part. I mean, I guess they can be if you have no scaling on.
We are.
Alright. This is kind of rough only having a +2 weapon though. Or plus, wait, what am I at? +1, +2? Dude, I like, oh my god. Oh, okay, well. See, this is another thing with the rando, like, I kind of wish, like, now we can just buy, like, we can just buy cards we need, which is a little, I don't know. This rando definitely is, like, I don't like that I can just buy all this right now, but, I mean, if they're gonna give me the option, although these are really expensive. Do we have anything else? Oh, actually, wait, we might be able to get enough, because we have, oh my god, the burial blade sells for 42,000. Oh. Not using the church cannon. Bro, cannons in this game actually used to be good, and then they nerfed them. Although, actually, I can't remember. Does the church cannon use less ammo than the normal cannon? So the thing is, before chat, you used to be able to shoot the cannon 4 times with 20 bullets, because it would use 10 bullets for each shot. So, like, as long as you blood bulleted before you shot the cannon, you basically had just enough to do 4 cannon shots. But then they made it cost 12 to shoot the cannon. But I think maybe the church cannon is still 10. I think the church cannon does less damage, though.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Hey, Molten Guy, thank you for the 112 months. What's up, Barba? What happened to Neo? We don't talk about Neo here. I'm just kidding, but we might do some Neo later today. We'll see.
You print money. I like money.
Hey, Hatred Horror, thank you for the 16 months. Hey, Chris. I just wanted to do some testing with the new crash fix that Dasav made for the Bloodborne rando. Just see if, we haven't crashed yet. I know technically we crashed during the Amelia cutscene, but that was not because of the randomizer, so... Is there any item over here? Oh, there is one.
Oh.
I'm so excited for Resident Evil 9, man. It's been pretty easy enemies so far. Can I shoot these dogs? Oh, I can, to knock them over. Expectations are through the roof. I mean... But you can actually backstab these guys. I don't know if I'd say my expectations are through the roof. Like, I'm just really excited for it. I don't know. All of the new Resident Evil games have been very good. I mean, I really enjoy Resident Evil 7 and Where the fuck is that guy going? I don't know. All the RE2 remake, even RE3 remake, I still like. I just wish it was longer and had more content. But 7 and 8 were also really fun for me. So. You guys think Leon's gonna die in Resident Evil 9? You think they would kill off their golden goose? Dice Abby with a golf club. Hey Chris, thank you for the 300 bits. What if he was mold? Bro, that's a different game, man, alright? Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, I might be dead. Maybe not. You found any more chunks? Nope. Oh my god, Carl's in the fucking ceiling. I think Carl got... Wait, why is Carl in the ceiling? I guess Carl replaced one of the enemies that was here and somehow ended up in the ceiling. I don't know. The chances for bosses to replace normal enemies seems high. Well, you can choose the percentage. I think I have it set to 2%. Bro, what is this? I think she's confused. This guy actually does an insane amount of damage. Like, he might be able to one-shot me with one of his attacks, I think. He has like a spin move, unless I'm thinking of a different boss. I think it's the one. I don't know if it's this one. This guy's gotta be almost dead. Who's fucking is somebody shooting me? What was that? This guy does so much damage. What is happening? Can this guy not die until Amelia dies? What? Bro. Bro, where is Amelia? How is she invisible? Bro, wait, what is that? Is there a fucking boss in here with me? There's like a, what is that handle? Oh wait, no, that's that guy. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking shit on, bro. Okay, I gotta kill this idiot. Please, just die. You know, it kind of bothers me aesthetically that they didn't put the lamp in the middle of the circle. It's negative review worthy. Yeah, it's basically unplayable. True. I played Karen on keyboard mouse. There's so many weapons in the store. What the fuck? I guess these are weapons that I would normally have. They're just swapped. All right. Well, we still have no blood gem workshop tool, so that kind of sucks. They don't count for 2 bosses? I mean, no. I mean, I could count them as 2 and just increase the total counter by 1, but... We need to find the Blood Gem Workshop tool, chat. I thought there was an item here. Oh shit. Could be in a shop? No, I don't think so. Do I miss Chat Rat? What, from Don't Look Outside? Chat Rat was a good boy. Do I miss RV humping? Think about it every day. Rom, goddamn you, let me hit you. There's an item here, I think. Oh no. Damn, this dude is just going ham with the Molotovs. Oh, hi there. Ooh, what is that gem? Oh! It's a really good gem. 22. Oh, wait, no, it's not a good gem because it adds fire attack. Fuck! That's sad. Why is that bad? Because if you have any type of gem that adds an element, so if you have +3 add fire attack, it changes the entire weapon's element to fire. So it no longer deals physical damage. Why not pick up item? Because it's a bugged item.
Beast hunting is a sacred practice. May the good blood guide your way.
I wonder if we missed the blood gem workshop tool. Like, it's possible we missed it because, I don't know, we're already kind of like it's... I don't know the limits of where the blood gem workshop tool can spawn. I feel like every time I've found it, it's been in the early game, but... It's possible it could be in the Forbidden Woods. Missed 2 items on the way to witches. Did I? Oh. Oh, we can get +7 now. When running through the dark building, there's 2 items on the upper floor in the back. What, like... Wait, what do you mean the back? Alright, well, we're in, Rip Run territory now.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Forbidden Woods is where runs go to die. Alright, my fucking goddamn it. Yeah, we still need the blood gem tool. I mean, it's possible it's in the Forbidden Woods. I don't really know. It seems like the crashes in the rando are basically fixed now, though. It's crazy, man. Oh my god, bro. I just almost fucking died. Who fucking threw that? What the fuck was that? Is that guy up there? Oh my god. Holy shit, I gotta kill that guy. Dude, that did like 80% of my health. I was at full health, wasn't I? Bro, that did like... That almost one-shot me. Oh my god, what a parry. We're gaming. Oh. Alright, you know what? You can fuck off. Boulder hits you for a second time when it breaks. And... Are there any rules? I don't know. Try to stay alive, I guess. Is that the NPC? And we fucking flipped him upside down with that hit. He poisoned me. I don't know. I'm feeling like the blood gem tool is probably... Oh, that's not good. What gameplay style do you want them to bring back for their next game? I don't know, man. It's hard to say. The thing is, I don't really think you can have Sekiro with Elden Ring's depth. Like, I don't... Or... I guess you could, but... And Saw Cleaver's so OP. A Souls-like fishing game. Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds brilliant. Oh, 2 more chunks. Oh, moon? The thing is, runes in this game also give effects, but I don't know.
An awesome choice.
Somebody who's been playing the rando was telling me that apparently the runes with these effects, like the gem effects, don't work. I don't know if that's actually true. Oh, this Bloodstarved beast killed everybody for me. Thanks, dude.
You print money. I like money.
Going down into this hole is... Like, if we got unlucky with enemies there, I probably would have just died, to be honest. You can save edit rune effects into gems. Yeah, but I'm talking about gems into runes. When it falls down, wait, when what? Like I missed the first part of your message. When what falls down? What are you talking about? Have I played Dying Light? I have, yeah. I never actually beat the new Dying Light, though. The Beast. Did I enjoy Neo 3? Yeah, I had a lot of fun with the demo. What the? I don't know. I feel like Dying Light was really good, the first one, and the second one was still alright, but it feels like they just didn't really innovate that much with Dying Light. Like, the game just, I don't know, it just feels like the game really hasn't had much of, like, an evolution at all.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Come on. Oh my god. So like Neo, yeah, I mean Neo, I don't know. Each game, Neo 2 added new mechanics, and Neo 3 also changed up mechanics at least. Which I mean, I guess you could say the same thing for Dying Light: The Beast, but I don't know. Just the core gameplay loop just felt. These DLC enemies are so tanky. Oh my god, 6 pellets there though, that's really good. Oh no. I'm dead. Huh. That's my bad. I don't know. I should. I just don't. I don't respect those enemies enough. They are that genuinely. I think that is the most dangerous enemy in the entire game. Because if you get hit by their grab, and other enemies are on you, they don't care. Like, if you get grabbed, you'll just get. If they hit you with that, you just die. Like, the enemies will just destroy you. Oh. Rest in peace. Yeah, I've made it to Yahar'gul. Dude, I don't know. I feel like the problem is I get too complacent, man. Fuck. Well, I'm back. I did tell you, chat, the Forbidden Woods is where runs go to die. It's crazy how, dude, it happens so fast. Like, I have like 40 fucking health, bro, and I just get shit on. Skill issue, yeah. True. You're not wrong. We might do some Neo 3 today. I think I'll probably try like one more run of the rando. Maybe we'll do Neo 3 after. I don't know. I still want to play it. I'm just a little annoyed how everything went down. Could have made that video, yeah. It's just like it's so funny to me that you would think like going to play the game early, like never in a million years did I think that by going to play Neo 3 early, I would be blacklisted from getting early access. I'm not punishing myself. Also the rando just instantly crashed. We have a problem, chat. The randomizer is just instantly crashing when I try to run it. They were doing it for advertising, yeah. And I mean that's the thing. It was just like a miscommunication because I guess it was just stupid of me to assume that they would fly me out to play the game early without expecting something in return. But I don't know, like... Oh, okay, it's... Wait, no, it's... Dude, it's... What the hell? It's just not... Dude, it's just not working, like... It's Jover, chat. I do all of this, I press randomize, and then it just closes! Dude, what do you mean? Why is it not working anymore? What the fuck? But it doesn't use... The randomizer doesn't use my save data. The save data is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the rando. Oh, wait, no, I know why it's crashing. Never mind. Okay. So the randomizer, okay, I know what I did wrong. The randomizer has like these files that it needs to randomize, and the files, I transferred the files instead of copying them. So that's the reason why it's not working. I had a feeling, I mean, there had to be some, it was just, yeah. My mistake. My mistake. Just gotta find... Shouldn't it output something like no files? I mean, yes, that's what a... I mean, it probably should, but this randomizer is not... This randomizer's kind of scuffed. I mean, I don't want to like, not to be like mean to the guy who made it. Like, I'm sure he had plans to, you know, update and stuff, and I guess it just never ended up happening, but... This randomizer is definitely lacking some quality of life features. I mean, hell, the randomizer doesn't even store your settings. Okay, I'm randomizing. Tried convincing Matt to make a Bloodborne randomizer. I mean, unless Matt is getting commissioned, I don't think he would do it. The thing about Bloodborne is like, it's still, you know, like you have to emulate or have a super old firmware console if you want to actually play the Bloodborne randomizer, which makes it a little bit less accessible in my opinion. You know, compared to the other games, of course. I'm planning on commissioning Dasav. I mean, that's the plan anyways. To make a new Bloodborne randomizer with like actual key item randomization and whatnot. There's an Undertaker mod for Bloodborne? Or what are you talking about? No, key items aren't randomized, which sucks, because like I wish they were. I feel like it would make it a bit more interesting. I mean, I went to school for computer science, but I barely got into computer science. I only went to university for like 2 years, and I think I only took like I basically just have like an intro level understanding. I didn't really get very deep into it. Yep, I decided to become a fucking streamer. You recommend it as a career path? What? Computer science? I don't know. I really can't tell you. I didn't really get far enough into it. The problem is I mean, it's just for me personally, I remember I had a class on like abstract mathematics, or I don't remember what it was called, man. That shit fucking killed me. God, that class, I fucking hated that class. Discrete mathematics, maybe that's what it was. I can't remember. It was a while ago. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like going to that class made me question my my ability to learn.
Oh, yes. Pale blood.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely glad I decided to stream instead of going all the way through with school. Because the thing is, if I had finished school, like the possibility, like my stream would have definitely like fallen off. I wouldn't have been able to focus as much on like streaming. It's just I felt like I was so, it was really hard to like stream and also do school like full time. How come I'm not playing Neo 3? What's Neo 3? Never heard of it. Is this gonna kill me? I think I'm dead, chat. Oh, maybe not. My stream fell off anyways? Wow, dude. Thanks, man. Oh, we got the bow blade. Piercing rifle. That's how you succeed in life. Leave school and become a full-time streamer. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of fucked up though to think that like the #1 desired job among youth currently is being a streamer or like a YouTuber, influencer, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I mean, when I started streaming, I did not plan on it being my job, like, at all. You know, it was just, I was like, fuck it, I'll try streaming, I'll like make it a hobby. Oh no. idea of making your own hours while doing something you do for personal entertainment for money is enticing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is a big difference between streaming and just playing games on your own. And I feel like a lot of people don't get that. Not to say that streaming is like hard or like, you know, it's... I absolutely would prefer to stream than, you know, work like a 9 to 5 like office job or something, but... Oh man, the R2 on this weapon's trash. Oh, the third hit of the R1 combo is, Rust. I mean, I think streaming, like, streaming sounds great and all, but then you, like, streaming is a great job and I wouldn't have it any other way, but there are definitely downsides to it, right? I mean, you're basically in your house 24/7, like, you never, I don't know, I mean, you don't really get out much. You're just on the fucking computer all the time. The downsides outweigh the costs. Yeah, for sure. All the women who want to date you, yeah. Yeah, you should see my DMs, dude. When will you mention the downsides? Well, I'm just saying, like, it's hard to, like, maintain relationships when you're streaming all the time. Or maybe that's just a me thing. I don't know. Who has relationships? Okay. Did I ever have a 9 to 5 in my life? Yeah, I worked at a hotel. I like the front desk. Bro, what the? Dude, I dealt with some fucking brain dead customers when I worked at the hotel. Like... Most people were nice, though. But occasionally, I mean, that's just the nature of working, like, customer service, but... Occasionally you just get, like, the entitled people who just want to, like, treat you like shit. That's every job. Well, not every job has you dealing with customers on a daily basis. Plenty of people, like, you know, they go to their job, just do their shift, and they I mean, they don't interact with any customers. You deal with coworkers? Dude, when I... Oh my god. When I worked at the hotel, I had... Oh, this is not great. Wait, his limbs might work, though. I actually kind of don't want to fight this right now. This is kind of awful, chat. Wait, we have Molotov cocktails. Bro. He's fucking shitting on me. Oh my god, look at that damage! Chill. I think we got normal Molotovs. From downtown. Well, good thing we bought those Molotov cocktails, right? Yeah, no, I would have died without the Molotovs, or at least I would have had to Hunter's Mark away. Damn, 10k for a blue elixir?
Hello.
Make it so you have to find some badge before you could buy infinite vials. It's not a bad idea.
Very well.
Definitely ways you could make it, like, more fucked up. Continue with my hotel story. I mean, it's not really anything crazy. I had a coworker like absolutely flip the fuck out on me. I don't even know what I did wrong. Like, he was just having a bad day or something, but he fucking went crazy. He was like screaming at me. Did you file a grievance with HR? I don't think there was any HR where I worked. Wait, is there any items down here, actually? Oh, Jesus. Well, I wanted that item, but I don't think I want it anymore. Did I beat Neo 3 already? Yeah. Yeah, we played the demo. That's all that's in the game, apparently. it. Gem name. Classic. Oh, Maria.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings
Yeah,
to
these
me.
Molotovs are kind of nice.
It's enough to make a man's.
Use weapons, all Molotov run. True. Delivery driver's been stuck in a roundabout for 5 minutes. Yeah, I've had a few... Well, I don't know what's happening in your case, but... I've had a few times where I've ordered food and the fucking driver just like they pick up the food and then they're just like sitting somewhere for like half an hour. And then the food finally gets there and it's just fucking cold. Or you get fucking dish soap. That's why you just drive to get your food. Honestly, yeah. Just if I need to order food while I'm streaming, it's not really. I mean, I could take a break and go pick it up myself, but it's not really worth it. Bruh. Hire a private chef. That would be nice. I feel like that's pretty expensive though. Toddler tier enemy health bars. It's because we're playing with scaling on Kemi. We could try to do the rando without scaling once just to see, but it's like if you get a DLC boss early on, there's no like you're just fucked. Like it would just be horrible. no permadeath then. Yeah, I don't know, man. DS2 works a lot better with no scaling. Yeah, well, it's just this, like, the amount of damage that you can deal in Dark Souls 2 at, like, early on compared to later on is way, like, you can do a lot of damage and actually kill DLC bosses in Dark Souls 2. But, like, if you're fighting, you know, like, let's say you're fighting Ludwig unscaled. Like, let's say Ludwig replaces Gascoigne, right? Or Maria or Orphan. You're gonna do like 20 damage to them because of their defense. Because as far as I know, I think the DLC bosses have like innate defense, where, like, let's say hypothetically you did 100 damage, right? But the boss has 70 defense, so now your attack only does 30 damage. So, like, getting through that initial base defense is horrible for like unupgraded weapons, because, you know, the more you upgrade, you're getting, like, every upgrade increases your damage further, but that initial base defense just makes it horrible. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Kemi. That's true, but I feel like Bloodborne just doesn't really, like, in Dark Souls 2, if you know, okay, let's say in Dark Souls 2, right? If you get Burnt Ivory King as, like, it replaces Dragon Rider, you know, you can still go fight Last Giant. You can still go down the Majula Well and go down to Rotten. You can also talk to Lycia and then go to Skeleton Lords. Although Skeleton Lords is kind of fucked, but, like, you have different paths you can take. And Bloodborne is like, it would just be a brick wall, and you would probably just reset every time you get, like, a DLC boss early on. But I don't know, I mean, we could try it without the scaling. I feel like this game is just really fucked. Like, you're not even going to be able to kill enemies. Or a lot of the enemies, because your damage is going to be so bad. Oh my god. Bro, why did that do so much damage? I guess I got counter hit because I was sprinting. That HP bar is ridiculous. I mean, yeah, sometimes you do end up, like, but the thing is, it doesn't matter how much HP you have. I don't think it's fun to fight a DLC, to have an hour-long DLC boss fight at the start of the rando. You know what I mean?
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this.
I don't know why I'm even grabbing this. I can't even use fire papers. Well, HP bars are important, but I would rather have more damage. Oh, a blood rock. Well, I think no scaling for Dark Souls 2 was good. Like, in Dark Souls 2, it was manageable. It was bullshit sometimes, but it was manageable. And anyways, the thing is, if you end up doing no scaling, in my opinion, I think it makes the game, like, the early game is awful, but then the late game is piss easy. That is just the nature of randomizers. You either have an easier beginning and a harder late game, or vice versa, depending on if you have scaling on or not. How old is that dog subalert? I don't know, like 11 years old. I actually had Elden Ring subalerts, but then... So, okay, I had an Elden Ring sponsorship. If you do no scaling, you also do full randomized living failures, Celestial. Yeah. I had a sponsor for Elden Ring, and they actually gave me new subalerts for that sponsorship. But then after the sponsorship was over, they're like, they basically told me I'm not allowed to use them anymore. So I wanted to be respectful. I decided not to use them anymore. Funny enough, Oro had the same sponsorship, and he's just been using the sub notifications the entire time. Am I gonna die? Oh my... Yeah, Aura's just been using the sub notifications the entire time. I guess he didn't... Maybe they didn't tell him, or maybe he just didn't care. I don't... I don't know. Oh no. My gun is not good enough for this. Rip Bozo. Didn't even drop souls. What is that? Oh. God, I do no fucking damage at all.
An awesome choice, stranger.
It's the dog subbler random. Yeah, it was just some random, like... Alright, you know what? Wait. Is the item actually here this time? It is. Alright, I'm going to turn off 60 FPS. So I can actually make this jump. I'm too lazy to have new subalerts made. Yeah, sure, if you wanna say that. Oh my god, 30 FPS is horrible. What if it was the Blood Gem Workshop tool, though? You never know. Doesn't need to be changed. Oh, what, the subalert? Yeah, I like the dog. Might be able to send you a patch that makes jumps okay. Really? You think you can fix the jump distance? That'd be kind of pog. Oh no. This item is really scary. Dude, this guy. Well, I'm killing the enemies to get bloodstone shards so I can upgrade my weapon. That's the main reason. Okay, this fucking Molotov guy. Oh my god. Oh no, it's the fucking it's the cut enemy. Is he gonna drop my FPS to 2? Dude, what the fuck is this, man? Okay, this is our chance. This could be the Blood Gem Workshop tool. You never know. Not. Apparently that enemy right there has a uncut attack that drops your... it has like... so that's a cut enemy. And apparently it has an attack that drops your FPS to like 2. It's like a bugged attack or something. I don't know. I don't know if he can actually use it or not. The enemy isn't cut. Oh, it just... it's just does that then, I guess? I just assumed it was a cut enemy if it has an attack that fucking does that. So I'm getting kind of low on blood vials. My damage is so bad. Just hit harder. True. Well, we should probably go back and restock our blood vials. Hey, you louch.
Print money. I like money.
Oh, I don't want to... well... I guess there's items here. We have 7 blood vials. That's enough, right? We're gonna find more. Maybe she's got some blood vials for us. Oh. Well, we could kill this guy. I think he actually should give us a lot of souls. Oh, well, 4 blood vials. That's good. What the fuck? Why is the witch screaming? Can't use fire. I don't know. Not being able to use papers really sucks. It's fine. Oh, well, actually, this is fine. We can just parry him. This won't be bad. God, this thing shoots so slowly. He actually has a lot of health, though. I need more damage. Yeah, this is kind of slow. Come on, man. That's the easiest attack to parry when he's in this form. Use the bow. He actually... If you use the bow on this guy, he's pretty dumb. But it doesn't do, like, any damage. But yeah, you can basically just shoot him. And he, like, just walks towards you. Come on, do the good attack. I think I can... Dude! Oh, and then now he does it when I'm... Fine, just R1 him. Weapon is so bad. Oh right, we get 130,000 blood echoes from this guy though. We're rich! I mean, we could buy a different... Oh, Ludwig's Holy Blade. 16 strength. We could use Ludwig's Holy Blade. I mean, the bow blade, I think, is good for the rando, though, because you can actually just shoot the...
Well, what?
I don't know.
Very well.
Yeah, Ludwig's is really good. I mean, at the very least, we can use it for thrust attack. But I think the bowblade arrow shot is also considered a thrust attack. Can use both. I don't know, whatever. We'll stick with the bowblade still. The other one didn't cost that much anyways. I'll be back in 1 sec. The arrow does blood damage? Oh. I guess I'm thinking about it from other games. Because in Souls games, arrows do thrusting damage. All right, I'm back. Come on, Blood Gem Workshop tool. Am I close to upgrading, full upgrade the weapon? No, not at all. I need 12 more normal bloodstone shards. 3 chunks from that spider, damn. Oh, the sword's right there. Oh, that's not bad. Got 4 bloodstone shards from those dudes. Honestly, I really wonder if so for those who don't know, this randomizer doesn't allow winter lanterns to get randomized. But I'm kind of curious like what it would be like if they were. I mean, it would probably be horrible. But I mean, they are an enemy. You will see. You just run past them? Yeah, I mean, you say that, but... This guy can't be backstabbed? Is this... I think this is the guy that normally spawns the... What is that? 27 blood attack up? Jeez. Is their in-game ID? Yeah, but can you... You could tick include. Maybe you're right. I thought though that if you make it... Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it just makes everything into winter lanterns. If you do that. I'm pretty sure it makes it so like, yeah, it's the only enemy in the rando, or it's like if you because in the README for it, I think it says you can basically do like custom rando runs, right? So you can choose like what enemies you want to be in the randomizer, but I don't think it adds it to the randomizer pool. It's like that. It's like a custom run where that's the only enemy. I mean, I guess. Hypothetically, you could make maybe you could add every enemy from the game plus winter lanterns into that field, assuming it even let you. And then maybe that could work. But seems kind of annoying. I mean, I guess once it's done, it would be fine. You'd have to do that every time you re-randomize. Well, you could probably just copy-paste it in, though, right? But, yeah. How is that not a backstab? Yeah, I mean, a Foggate rando for this game would be cool, but I think it would be very... I don't know. Foggate rando seems like it's a nightmare to like, program and set up. I don't know. I'm kind of curious if you could beat the game if it was all winter lanterns. There's so many moments where there's mobs of enemies and you would have to frenzy sustain. Yeah. Yeah. You'd have frenzy build up constantly. Mm-hmm. Oh, right. We're gonna crash if I don't skip. Oh, God. This is fucking great damage. See, this is what I mean by, like, the base defense of the bosses, though. Like, look at this shit, bro. I'm doing nothing. We need more, dude, I don't know, like, we need to upgrade our weapon more. This is terrible. I mean, actually, I think... Oh, come on. I think if we focus backstabs, we can kill him, though. Oh, we have 420 riposte damage. See, I don't know if this is a rando thing, but you can, like, loop him a lot of the time. Like, he'll just keep doing this. He'll just keep doing that attack. Oh. I'm not sure if that's, like, a rando thing or if I'm just getting lucky. I could have parried him actually there. Should have parried him there. Oh my god, how am I missing these backstabs, dude? Is that a... Well, that was way too early. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like his AI is working. I feel like it's working normally at times. But yeah, I guess sometimes he's getting stuck in loops that he shouldn't. I don't know. It's weird.
You will never listen. I tell you, I will not.
Because I mean, he was definitely using all of his moves there.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
By the gods.
Haven't seen Dancer. Ooh. Hey, Pepe, thank you for the 20 months, man. Hey, Brodians, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you, man. I was like, yeah, that's a different game, my man. I hate that I can't use papers with this weapon, though. Papers are so good. Gascoigne? What's up? God, he's kind of tall. Hey. This is kind of weird. Okay, okay. Yo, Gascoigne's helping! Who is this guy? He's a friend? Actually, though? I didn't summon... Who is this guy? Why is... I didn't summon shit. I mean, I know you can summon him. Damn, well, this is nice. All right, let's go, buddy. Damn, that gunshot. Yeah, I mean, I guess the enemies can get replaced by the friendly summons. This must be pretty rare, though, because I've never seen this before. Damn, he's carrying my ass. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, he can't hurt me. He's like actually just a like a summoner, an ally or whatever. Never seen this before. I will take what I get though. Okay, Bagman's got hands. Yeah, actually, I think the bad guy could have killed me there. If he instantly did a jump attack, I think I would have died. Tonight, Gascoigne joins the hunt. True. Did he just hit me with his gun? Oh, wait, no, it was that guy. I was like, dude, I just got hit by a gun. Gascoigne, no. Don't die. Gascoigne's gonna die, guys. No! I need more bloodstone shards, man. Maybe I should just like farm enemies in Central Yharnam or something. Ball man? Excuse me. Oh no, 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 not again. I fucking hate this enemy so much. Dude, not again! Don't get sucked. I'm trying not to, man. Just... Okay. Everything's fine. Die. Hey, 2 bloodstone shards. Okay, somebody said there's loot that I missed in this building before? Like after I climb up, maybe? Oh shit, wait, maybe. Wait a second, I never knew you could go this way. No, I'm not oh, he's in the ceiling. No. I forgot. Well, maybe I knew, but I guess I never had a reason. Professional speedrunner? Yeah, it's not like you don't go here in the speedrun. I'm gonna pop a blue elixir here. Oh god, not the roly-poly. Don't mind me, guys. Just coming through. This is not good. Old Blood do 1. Oh my god! Oh! 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 Oh, guys, I don't know if we got the blood vials for this. This is horrible. I really don't want to run back, but I don't really want to go in the boss fight with only 3 blood vials and then I don't want to lose my love. I don't want to lose all these souls I have.
What? 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 Tell.
So you can actually, you get random gems when you open this up. Wow, minus 1.6% attack. That seems good. Oh, we got the stamina gem again. Oh, we actually have 2 good radial gems.
Welcome home. Welcome. What?
Why do damage lowering gems even exist? Well, because of the randomizer. I don't think you can get anything like that in the base game normally. You can in Chalice dungeons? Well, you can get attack down gems, but you can't get something with only attack down. least I don't think. You can get attack up at full HP with HP drained. You can get that in Night Rain as well. And Kyrie, thank you for the 2 months. Soul Tracks, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you guys. We might still do a bit of Neo 3 today. It's going to be a kind of short stream today, though, because I have to go... to an appointment at like 4:45. Do Code Vein 2 instead. I would rather play Neo 3 than Code Vein 2. Sure, the gem tool wouldn't be in Cathedral Ward. I mean, it could be. But is there an item? Oh. A watchman of Bergenworth guards the gate with a password. The sacred adage of the Grand Cathedral. I need normal bloodstone shards. What is that? Iron door key? I don't want to deal with this asshole. We need to be careful here. I say as I run straight in. Bro, leave me alone. I don't want to get trapped. Okay, this guy is a fucking menace. Oh no. Oh, there's an item here. Oh god. Ooh, that was good Molotov. Oh my god, the Molotovs are going in. I don't know if I should climb this. We're okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Goron. Yeah, it's a cursed gem, but 47 arcane attack, but it also adds fire. Wait, how does that work if it adds 2? Which one takes priority? Or does it just... circular? Well, these two are good. Disregards the other one. Yeah, but which one takes priority? I guess the first line? Piggy? Can you actually parry the pig? I guess you probably can. I don't know if I've ever parried the pig before. Normally I just go for the butt. Oops. I don't know. Sometimes I open that and I don't know what the keybind is for that. It's like an emulator keybind. Oh no, you guys caught my cheats. Yeah, I don't know. We need bloodstone shards. I don't know, man. It's this area is gonna be kind of rough. With only a +2 weapon. Kind of worried. I need shards. Please. Oh god, fucking Logarius is here. Oh, 2 shards. What is that? Oh god. I hate this place, chat. I'm popping a blue elixir. Leave me alone. Okay. That worked well. Yeah. You're not supposed to get out of your cage. What the? Are they actually dead, these enemies? Oh, even better. They're like... Oh, wait, what? Seems like it's a little weird. Oh. Please! Why is he fucking healing? Does he heal? Does he heal from attacking you? Does he have lifesteal? What the fuck is that? The red aura from chalices gives them rally. Okay. Wait, so what? Did some... What gives the enemies the red buff then? Is it just a chance that they have it, or... Is there an enemy that's giving them the buff? Oh my god, what is happening in here? What the fuck just hit me? Maybe we just wait a little bit. Break the sword. Oh, it was a snake. Oh, one bloodstone shard. We need 2 more. Wow, 1 more? Dude, 1 more bloodstone shard, please. Please, game. Maybe the snake's got it. Is there an item over here? Well, we're close. Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, vermin. If we get this 1 shard, we'll be able to get +7. Would be pretty good. Yeah, I don't think the rando hasn't crashed a single time today yet, so I think the crashes might actually be fully fixed. It's hard to say for sure, but I mean, it's definitely a million times better than it used to be. It's tempting fate. Yeah, maybe. Besides those 2 times earlier. Well, the only time it crashed during the Amelia cutscene, which is not, that doesn't have anything to do with the randomizer. Do I have any other patches applied? I think I just have the vertex fix. And vertex fix, the rando. And then, I also have a mod to make it so I can jump with the left stick. Because apparently I didn't know that was a thing, but it is, so... It's kind of nice. They never fixed the stutter in the Rykard cutscene. Yeah, just wait for a modder to fix it. I mean, there's no reason to fix it. It's just a visual thing anyways. It really doesn't matter that much. Yours is still kind of unstable. Like, you've been crashing? Or did the Sav send you the fix? The thing is, I am using the Diagolix branch of Shad PS4. Also, I don't know if you have the newest one. Cause a lot of the old crashes stopped, but you've got some new ones, okay. Well, like a day or two, he fixed some more crashes that I sent him. Isn't that the guy who stole from the main branch? What? I mean, isn't Shad PS4 like open source? I don't think he stole anything. How do you steal an open source? That was my point, dude. Whoa, what the? Bloodstone shard, give me! Yes! Time to upgrade the weapon and then die to overconfidence. Sounds about right. Oh, we have enough for +8. We need to get the gem. Dude, we need to get the fricking workshop tool, man. Where is it? There's still more that we can explore in Central Yharnam. Maybe we should go. I don't know, man.
Welcome. What? Very well.
HP. Give me more HP. Does the bow the bow form of the bow blade scales with blood tinge though is the thing, so like I don't know. It's kind of scuffed. Oh, look at that damage. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, this builds up frenzy. Hold on, we need to be careful. I don't know how... Okay. The bow does not... It does literally fucking nothing. Oh, no. Doesn't have that much health, at least. We're good? I think it's the stat requirement bug. Oh, you know what? You might be right. Wait, no, it doesn't have a blood tinge. Or, wait. Oh, it normally has a blood tinge requirement, but I guess it doesn't in this case because of the... Yeah, maybe I need to get 9 blood tinge. You might be right. Oh god, the Gat guy. This guy fucking ended my... Oh! 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 Oh, wait a sec. There's... Are vials randomized? No, you can buy infinite blood vials. So I'm commissioning a guy to make a new Bloodborne randomizer that actually randomizes the key items. And he was suggesting maybe he could make it so you can only buy blood vials once you find like a key item, which would be kind of fucked up. I don't know if we'd actually do that or not, but... I mean... Yeah. Yeah, it'd be kind of fucked up, I think. Yeah, shiny for sure. Yeah, you could still get blood vials off enemies. Or we passed the choke? I can't speak. Choke point in the woods. I mean, the entire woods is a choke point. You can die, like, super easily. Is that actually a gem? If these runes actually worked, like that's insane. Like 50% extra damage on my runes. I don't have the tool. Oh, that's 40k blood echoes right there, that burial blade. Stop backstepping. Well, at least this guy's really fucking slow. Oh, jeez. Why did that just disappear? We have two really slow enemies constantly walking towards us. Oh, 2 chunks. Do I own a cat? No. I want to get a cat, but no, not at the moment. be careful. These bad guys do a fuck ton of damage.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Yo, Rathalos, thank you for the 41 months, man. Thank you, dude. Wait, what are those 2 items up there? Wait, what is that? Where the fuck even am I right now? Oh wait, I think that's the grave guard stuff.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I just lost track of where I was. Oh my God. At least it can kill other enemies for me. That's nice. I was a little scared there for a sec. Just Ludwig, it's fine. If this was actually 3 random bosses, though, I'm pretty sure like 90% of our runs would just die here. was Logarius, Ludwig, and Koss 2. You died immediately. Yeah. It's just... Some of the boss combos are just so brutal. Honestly, I think triple boss could work, though, if it's set up like the Dark Souls 2 rando. Because, like... Skeleton Lords... The Skeleton Lords fight in Dark Souls 2 is 3 bosses. But, like, their damage is heavily reduced, so you don't just get, like, instantly comboed to death. Or actually, I don't know if this... Okay, I need to focus. Three shining coins. If every enemy that ROM spawns was random, I think I might have left that setting on this run. I wanted to see what it was like doing normal ROM with the random enemies. So we might die here. I could be wrong though, that maybe that was the previous run. Hi, Grace. Oh. We have another friend. Wait a second, was it this invader got changed to a friendly guy? Hmm. Guess so. No, not all the gems are gem name. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why some of them appear with, like, question mark gem name. Some of them are fine. Alright, we need to go back and restore our blood vials. I don't really like being at half. We also have a decent amount of blood echoes we can pop. Or, well, we can use and also pop. We did get some more chunks. We need one more, though. Maybe we can buy blood chunks. I didn't actually check the store. Nope. Oh, I really want to find the blood gem workshop tool, man.
Very well.
All right, let's get 9 blood tinge.
Farewell.
All right, you know what? Hold on. We're gonna go back here because I think. Yeah, I found the tool a few times. I think that it has bias, like the blood gem workshop tool is placed early in the game, but I mean maybe it's just a coincidence. I really don't know. Every time I've found it, it's been like before Forbidden Woods. Yeah, shiny pockets. I mean, I want to, like, that's the reason I want, like, the actual key randomizer to be a thing. Because then you're actually, because, I mean, once you get the Blood Gem Workshop tool, there isn't really anything else that you need to look for. You can kind of just, like, not worry about looting stuff. Which, I feel like part of the, you know, part of what makes the rando fun is, like, having to find all, or maybe, I mean, it's kind of tedious, but, like, having to find the key items and, like, actually explore the areas is a good thing. Yeah, we can get plus 10 now. Yes, sir. Maybe it's this one. Nope. Is there any other items here? Well, there's 2 more items I know of that I can check. Oh wait, 3 actually. Oh wait, 4. Hey, what's in here? Is there an item in here? These guys don't do anything. Well, if this was an early game, I would probably be dead right now. Out. I'm gonna say, like, how tanky can this man be? Also, sometimes when bosses replace enemies, you don't even get, like, souls or blood echoes for them. Or maybe that's how it always is. Not sure. I think we looted everything in Central Yharnam now. Maybe. I can't think of anything else. But I do think we missed some items in old Yharnam. Wasn't that an item? No, that was just like a light on the ground. Yeah, I didn't want to get rid of those blood echoes, but I also didn't want to run back, so. Full looting the woods. I mean, I think there's... I did miss some items here. Oh, the 60 FPS patch, like, fixes the cloth physics. As far as I know. Come on, blood gem! Workshop tool, not blood gem. Should have said the full thing. Oh, there's an item here. I did not know that. I forgot to upgrade to +10. Running out of places to loot. Come on, Blood Gem Workshop tool! Oh, beast, that's actually a good item, though. Come on, workshop tool! Bloody Messenger head bandage. Ah. Well, pretty sure we looted everything here except for I think there's like 2 items over here we could loot. Gonna be in the last place I look? Probably. God dang it, dude. Alright, I'm pretty sure we grabbed every item in Old Yharnam now. I don't know, man. It could be... No hint sheets? That's cheating! Okay, I have one more spot we can check. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be here. Assuming the Blood Gem Workshop tool is based on... I was pretty certain that it's only in the early game, but it might just be confirmation bias. Every time I've found this thing, it's been in the early game, like before Forbidden Woods. But then again, there's been some runs where I didn't find it, but then I died, but I didn't loot everything, so... I don't know if this mod even... I don't even know if this rando has a cheat sheet or not. Murgo's Loft shortcut chest. Wait, have you found it there before, Shiny? Have you found it in, like, the late game? I don't know where the items are here. You're just fucking around? Okay. I mean, I figured it might be the case. The hell? You have found it pretty late? Like, how late we talking here? Oh, there's an item there. You found it before one were born. Okay, so... I don't know. You may... Maybe a... Three NPCs. I'm not sure about that, but... Okay. I guess it is not always in the early game then. Don't think it uses very strict logic. Yeah, I mean, it might just be anywhere then, possibly. Maybe it is just confirmation bias that I got it, or like early before. Okay, well, I guess that's it. I do have the tonsil stone. Or wait, did I grab the tonsil stone on this run? Actually, no, that was the previous run. I don't think I want to go to the Nightmare Frontier right now anyways. Feel like there's a bunch of missing items. Yeah, this rando is kind of... It's kind of buggy. Like, I mean, I wonder if... Maybe the thing just isn't even... Maybe it just, like, didn't even spawn. I don't know why some... Oh, she's sleeping. That's even rarer, I think.
Ah, welcome home, good hunter.
Okay, wait. No, I still need to upgrade my weapon. All right, plus 10. Bloodborne mods are recent. No, this randomizer is like 6 years old or something like that. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna take a short break, chat. Does this guy drop random item? He doesn't drop anything. Oh, sorry, buddy. I may have made a mistake. Bone out, but I mean, which one is even the boss? The moon presence? Well, technically I could just kill the enemies. A little cheesy though. Cheese it? I mean, there's a fucking parl here. No shot you doing this without cheesing? Fuck it. YOLO. It's fine. Some of them are confused. Just need to... Alright, we gotta kill this caster, dude. Luckily they're not really... Oh my. Oh my god, dude, that is like so terrifying, actually. That guy is throwing Molotovs from across the fucking planet. Dude, we just got so... I think we got blood echoes from all the enemies dying. Holy shit. We're fucking rich, baby. You didn't believe in me? Well, to be honest, if all of the enemies actually woke up and went after me, I would have definitely died. I don't know why, like, only some of the enemies actually, like, activated there. I mean, I guess maybe it's, like they didn't have line of sight, or I don't know. It's weird, actually. Back to Yahar'gul. Oh. Okay. Aviator's just coming through. Don't mind me. She dead? Well, we really don't get that much from leveling HP anymore. Wait, does this thing have... Oh, shit. I just leveled strength. I was like, oh, the damage is going up a lot. That was on Ludwig's Holy Blade, though, I think, and not... Damn, this thing has S scaling and... Oops. 'We have not had a single crash today, though. Been playing for 5 hours. Oh my god. Ah! Four hours, yes, true. I hate these enemies, holy shit. No. I'm gonna die, no! Oh my god, it just all went to shit so fast! Oh my god, I'm so greedy, bro. Fuck. God. God damn it, man. Why am I so dumb? That was the worst decision I could have made. Yeah, but the problem is they're just standing there. They're not doing it like... I guess I should have just run. Dude, I don't like know what to do in this situation. Like I could run, but the problem is if they hit me, like I should have just ran through, I guess. But if I get hit, I mean, that was fine. I'm scared of running past stuff though, because it's... When you run past stuff, it's like the easiest way to just instantly fucking die. But then again, if you run into a giant pack of enemies... Yeah, I could have aggroed them with the bow. I don't know. I mean, that was just bad. Like, I mean, that was kind of BS, but like, that was my own fault more than anything. I had Molotov cocktails too. Dude, look at how tanky everything is now, bro. I need the blood gem tool. Like, my damage is so bad. All right. Bro, my weapon was plus 10. Oh, why do I always die? I always do this in Yahar'gul, dude. I wonder where, yeah, I wonder where the workshop tool was. Yeah, the gems are really, really important for doing good damage.
Awesome choice, stranger.
Like, incredibly important. I just need to be, I need to be more careful in Yahar'gul. Like, all right, you know what? I'm not going to turn on easy ROM though, because that was at least that was more exciting having the enemies there. Even if it might kill my run, at least it's more exciting. Oh, damn it. Sure, what non-easy dude, non-easy failures is literally every failure is a boss. So Yeah. Well, still no crashes so far. Do they start the encounter awake? Well, I think they spawn in gradually, like the failures normally do. I could be wrong though. Oh, is it 4 bosses? Is it not just 4 bosses? I see. Well, just 4 bosses. I mean, 4 bosses is fucked, but I see. Yeah, I died. This rando is fucking hard, man. Like, the enemies are so scary once you get into the mid and late game. I haven't even made it to the late game yet. Dude, what the fuck is the DLC even like? You probably get one shot by like everything. Imagine how many enemies are replacing the praying mermaids before Orphan of Kos. Is that... Are those actually replaced? Because, yeah, that's fucked if that's true. Hey, Wildfire. They aren't enemies, they're props? Yeah, maybe. All right, I'm gonna do some stretches. Thank you for the 38 months, Simoes.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry.
Shouldn't put yourself in the middle of 5 enemies. Yeah.
Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere...
I mean, it was my own fault there. Like, that death was my own fault. 100%. I don't know. I thought, like, when I ran up to those enemies that I would kill them. I thought that I would kill them faster, but they all had so much health. They all had, like, 1,000 health. Like, we had a plus 10 weapon. I don't know. I really thought we, yeah, it's just overconfidence again. It's the quickest way to die in the rando.
An awesome choice, stranger.
yourself a hunter.
Workshop tool first item drop. Yeah, surely. I haven't even found the ruin workshop tool yet a single time. The run was over when you topped out the bowblade. The bowblade's not that bad, man. You moved to the Netherlands. You can't gambo with channel points. What the fuck? Well, it's funny though, because like, I mean, I understand, like, I mean, I guess the channel points are gambling. It's just, it's not even it's a made up currency. Oh, this is a nice chess piece. Oh, I guess we'll do the wheel. Fuck it, dude. I'm wheeling. Flame sprayer. I mean, the wheel is good, it's just slow, man. I need a madman's knowledge. Nice dodge. Oh. Oh, that's great. Bonk. Oh no. Am I dead? Nah, it doesn't do that much. He's just brushing my teeth, yeah. Ate 2 bloodstone shards. Okay, I'm dead. Weapon is not built for this. Yeah. And I like the wheel, but it's just very slow. Oh my. Go get the blood cocktail, stupid. You actually... Oh. Oh, not again! Fuck off. I actually like the wheel a lot. Just not really for rando. Ooh, pig died. We have a lot of blood echoes right now, at least. How do you get the wheel? You have to kill Alfred. Or you have to do his, like, entire quest. It's a lot easier just to kill him, though. Bloodstone shards? Yeah, we can get a lot of HP now, at least. I think we have enough. We have enough shards to get +1. Massive. Arcane build. I just don't think the wheel is worth going arcane for. We also got the Saw Hunter badge, which means there should be more weapons available. I mean, we could use a different weapon instead. We could go for the scythe. The pizza cutter. Yeah, we've used the Moonlight Blade a bunch, though.
Hello, on E2.
Right, 18 strength, 12 skill, rest and HP. The beast cutter. Yeah, why? Because it has such range on it, I guess. Is there an item here? Time to grind. Actually, wait, here we go. Grind that ass. Honestly, that does pretty bad damage. Are you good, BSB? I think this arena is confusing him a little bit. What weapon do you use to kill Moog to grab the weapon early? Probably the Bloodhound's Fang is the easiest to kill Moog with, I would say. If you want like an easy weapon to get, that's good. The free halberd +4. I don't think you're gonna have a fun time fighting Moog with that weapon. Unless you know Moog really, really well. It's gonna be a really, really long fight. Oh my god, what am I doing? I need this item. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. There's the entire run for 2 heals. I mean, we're early on. I was gonna be fine. I knew it. Oh yeah, let me... Congrats on the game not crashing there. I think all of... I actually think Dasav might have fully fixed the crashes now at this point. I don't know. I mean, we haven't crashed a single time because of the rando. I think that the... I mean, even if he didn't fix them completely, they're like 99% fixed. I mean... The rando, by the way, chat, the rando used to crash like every 10 minutes. At least if you turned on like the rando basically has a setting for like, you can choose, I don't know what the best way to like explain this quickly is, but you can choose how varied the game will, the randomizer has a setting where you can choose the variety of enemies that appear, and the higher you crank that setting up, the more it crashes, basically. But a modder who I contacted about the issue basically already fixed. He already fixed those crashes. Oh my god. She's so tanky. 36? Bruh. Well, luckily we have Molotovs. Oh, I missed one. That's not good. Bro, I missed another! Oh god. Oh! 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 You know, I really didn't think that... I really didn't... That's my bad. I mean, I don't know. I was like stuck in her ass, dude. I couldn't get out. And like, that... I didn't think that attack would fucking one-shot me.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
No, I mean I've seen that attack before. It's just I genuinely was stuck in her ass. I was stuck in her collision. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna stop. And I don't know. I couldn't get out. I didn't think that would actually one-shot me, but that attack is kind of fucking crazy, so I guess I should have realized. You're gonna stop believing? Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I think I'm so used to the early bosses being so easy. I didn't even think there was any chance that I would get. Dude, I had I had like 25 health. I'm shocked that I died to that. You'll never stop believing. Well, you know what? I respect that. All right, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
Stranger.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
All right, I'm back. 11,000 blood echoes from something. Enlarged head. Oh, that's nice. 11 Molotovs? Try not to die? Well, I'm already at half health and I have no blood vials, so that's not going great. And we got a madman's node. Okay, these are easy enemies at least. Three madman's knowledge already. Okay. Bruh. Oh my fucking god, dude. Dude, the Molotov throwing in this game is so annoying. Like, your character throws it at the head of every enemy, so it just misses so often. Fucking bow blade again. Whatever, I'll use the arm. Can I sell these for anything? Nope. Oh, bad RNG. Can I use paper on my arm? No, of course not. Fucking of course not, because it has arcane. Thank you, Miyazaki. What is going on over there? Bro! Oh, I'm already dead. It's over. Dude, what do you mean 21 fucking damage, dude? Is this weapon bugged, bro? No! I'm dead. Well, dude, why is my weapon doing 20 fucking damage to that? Dude, that snake crab is... I'm not throwing, dude! The snake fucking I was at full health, man. Well, good run. That one guy in chat who's like, I will always believe, is like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe maybe that's not a good idea. Oh, the randomizer fucking bugged out. Damn it. Classic.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Hey, Q Divine, thank you for the 70 months. The old style of Gamba for betting on PB was more reasonable. Yeah. True. Hey, Pontus. How has the TBC been treating you? It's been scary. Are you doing it hardcore, I guess? Bell Reaver, yeah. I don't think there's that many people who are doing TBC hardcore, right? I feel like hardcore just doesn't... I mean... I wish that there was like hardcore servers though, because it is really... It feels so different when like everybody you see is also playing under the same like rule set. Yeah, Pontus. Oh. Oh no. No, I don't want to fucking die already, please. Oh. You're able to mod the rando into the PS4? You can do rando on PS4. That's what I did in the past. Ooh, Tonitrus. We haven't tried that yet. I feel like Tonitrus might actually be kind of good. Oh my... I'm the butcher. Too bad pellets suck with the Tonitrus. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of true. Oh my god, look at my damage, dude. This thing fucking slaps. It's actually probably like one of the better choices for like starting weapon, just because the elemental like the buff just gives so much damage. Yeah, the durability does go down every time you use the... Can I go through your tail, please? Oh god, not a fucking again, dude. Bro, what is happening? I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna be careful. I need to be careful. No, 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 no! I said I need to be careful! You actually can posse. There's a mod. Which I was told about today, actually. There's a mod that makes it so you can jump with the left stick instead. You know, I was saying this earlier today, the worst part is Dark Souls 2 let you put jump on the left stick, and then they got rid of it for Bloodborne. Bruh. What the fuck? And then they added motion gestures on top of that. Oh god, not another... Oh. There's an item behind this guy, and I need it. Are you dead? Oh. All of this for a madman's knowledge. What was that? Oh. We need to be careful. If this guy grabs me again, I'm gonna die. Let's just run. Oh no. I'm dead. Oh! Oh god. Oh. Oh! Fucking go! Bro, how are you fucking down here? Are you serious right now? level up a little bit.
Hello, good hand. I on an eat. Very well.
Wait, what does this weapon scale with? Strength.
Farewell. Welcome. What? Very well.
We should probably get some skill though, so our riposts are better.
Farewell.
So we have a gun, we can actually parry. Yeah, I mean the scaling on the bolts is like nothing though. Yeah, I might want to change weapons. I don't know. I mean, I like the Tonitrus, but... okay. Just run through here. What's up, Blanks? What is that? Oh, it's Watchdog. Oh god, I do nothing. Oh. Dude. He really likes the charge attack. And the elemental is helping a bit at least. Oh. That's awkward. Oh, I might die actually. Nope, okay, we're fine. I'm trying my best. Oh, he's doing the Giga. The Giga Miega. But the Charge R2 is good. That's crazy that hit me. I mean, we got this guy. Yeah, not many souls from that guy. I guess that's how much the Watchdog and the Chalices gives. At least not like the first one that you come across, not the Chalice or the Defiled one. Guy and his fucking punches. Dude. Please leave me alone. Where'd he go? Lunge attacks me. The YouTube stream was like 20 FPS the whole boss fight. Yeah, I don't know what that. I don't know why.
Fuck!
I don't know why the YouTube stream suffers so much. Like, I don't know if something is wrong with YouTube or I don't know. Apparently a bunch of people said they've been having issues with like YouTube streaming. Like it's not just me. Oh no. I fucking hate this enemy. Maybe it is the game. But I'm pretty sure I've been having that issue even playing other stuff. He said he fixed it. I wonder, I'll have to ask him how he fixed it then. Oh, jeez. But yeah, I mean, I stream at 4K on YouTube, but the thing is, I've been streaming on 4K on YouTube for like a month or two now, and it was fine at first. So I don't know what changed, because I was not, I don't think these FPS issues were an issue when I started streaming in 4K. Yeah, but the thing is, I was streaming 4K even on the emulator, I'm pretty sure, and it was fine too. Hey, Lemonheads, thank you for the 95 months. Bro, we keep getting Orphan here. Oh, come on, man. Oh, we're gonna get like 130k from this. Yeah, it's kind of OP that the bosses just give you the amount of blood echoes that they normally would, even if they're scaled down. Some shiny coins. You've never had issues on YouTube watching? Yeah, I don't know. Wait, is there another item in here? No, it's just the tool. Oh, let me fix the bosses. 2 bosses dead now. What if 50 other streamers are using 4K? I don't think it's because of other streamers. Alright. Oh wait, we need more blood vials. Oops. We haven't found a single bloodstone shard yet. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the launch Bloodborne loading screen was so scuffed. Two bloodstone shards. We actually have a lot of twins and we have all the chunks. So it's kind of crazy. Could have a really fast weapon upgrade on this run. No item from chest. The fuck, man? No, I haven't played Neo yet. I might start Neo 3 still. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. You didn't like Mio, Ruble? I thought it was good. I didn't beat it. Well, I didn't finish it, to be fair, but I thought it was alright. Becomes insufferable? What, like really difficult, or...? I don't know, I played it for... I don't know how long I played it for, like 3 or 4 hours. I see, Ruble. Yeah, that sounds kind of annoying. Alright, see you later, Whippy. Yeah, I mean, if I play Neo 3, I'm just gonna start from my demo save file. I don't feel like doing the demo.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
I played the Neo 3 demo like 2 or 3 times total. I don't even know. I'm fucking sick of the demo at this point. I mean, the demo's good, but yeah, I don't want to do it again. Oh god. Oh. Did he fucking die? What the hell? He didn't drop. Did he drop anything? I didn't even get blood echoes. Well, he's dead. Guess he just didn't drop anything. Any tutorial to run the emulator smooth and stable? Get a 5090. I mean, it's very hardware dependent. Like you need good hardware to run the emulator. I mean, you don't need a 5090, but we're finding a lot of Bolt Hunter's marks. All right, we need to restart the game here. I need to turn off 60 FPS so I can jump across this gap. I think this is the only spot where like you need to lower the FPS because I think you can technically make this jump, but it's like way harder on 60 FPS. One of these times that I'm gonna get the frickin' Blood Gem Workshop tool here. Didn't someone say they had a fix for that jump? No, the guy who fixed the Dasav, the guy who fixed the memory stuff, said he might be able to fix the jump length issue. But there's no current fix for it, I don't think. I got so much loot. Most of it's junk, but hey, you know. No, I don't need to kill the brain. I just wanted the item over there. Oh, we have 6 bloodstone shards. We actually have enough chunks and twin shards already to get to +9. Our durability is at 45. That's not good. Should have repaired the weapon. Elixir. Blue elixir is good.
Stranger, thank you.
Bro, I'm getting shit on by this fucking enemy. Oh no. Oh. Wire garb. ROM? Well, ROM doesn't actually work in the randomizer chat, so yeah, free win. Not that I'm too worried about dying to bosses, but she does work just perma phase 1. Well, the boss doesn't do anything in phase 1, so I think that's... The boss can't do anything. Or potato. It's the definition of not working, yeah.
Very well. Farewell, good.
All right, well, we're 3 bosses in. Chat, unfortunately, I have to anyways, because I have an appointment I gotta go to. I gotta leave. I gotta go. I'm sorry, guys. Ah. You scammed me? What do you mean I scammed you, bro? I gotta go, chat. I already said I had to go earlier today. The mod list? It's just the I'm just using the randomizer, man. But if you use the randomizer, there's like a crash fix that I'm using that isn't public at the moment, so you I probably wouldn't recommend you playing the randomizer unless you have the crash fix. Or at least, well, you can still do the randomizer, but there's this there is a setting. There's a setting for the randomizer, this bar here. I have it set to 10, but if you put it at 10 without the crash fix, you will crash nonstop, basically. So, yeah. If you want to do the rando, but you don't want it to crash, you have to leave the upper limit of file size for enemy replacing original enemy to like 1. What's the crash fix? It's just a patch for the game that a modder made, but it's not public at the moment. But yeah, as far as I can tell, I think the crashes are fixed, chat. We have not crashed a single time playing. We've been playing for 5.5 hours today, almost 6. And we haven't had a single crash, so I think Desav actually fixed all the crashes. Fucking crazy, man. Make it public. I mean, that's up to Desav, I think. I mean, I don't want to I don't necessarily want to share stuff. If I don't know if he wants me to. It'll be public soon though, I'm sure. I mean, I think it basically as far as I can tell it works, and it prevents the crashes now, so. Yeah, chat, I'm going to call it a night. Maybe I'll be back later today, but probably not. Tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know if I want to play Neo 3 or not, chat. I'm like, this whole incident just kind of killed my excitement for the game. I know that's probably stupid to say, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody.